Senators, be in your seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bagg. Bauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Here. Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please bow with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, it was on March the 24th in 1872 that you blessed this world with Fanny J. Crosby. When only a few weeks old, by your divine providence, she became permanently blind. But her physical blindness became a springboard for her to focus on seeing things from a more spiritual perspective. And you blessed her to write over 8,000 hymns that 200 years later are still blessing your people. Thank you for Fanny Crosby. Now, in a different way, you've blessed each of us with some blindness. You've designed that each one of our two eyes would have a blind spot. And each eye covers or makes up for the other's blind spot. My right eye can see the spot that my left eye is missing, and my left eye sees what escapes my right eye. Lord, in a like manner, you've created us to need each other. None of us can see what others of us can see, and others of us cannot see what some of us can see. You said in Ecclesiastes 4, verse 9, two people are better off than one, for they can help each other succeed. So help us look out for one another, the left looking out for the right, and the right looking out for the left. Let our individual blindednesses become springboards of unity. And when we do it the way you've designed for it to be done, we'll all be seeing things we didn't see before. And Lord, you'll have us seeing the unseeable, achieving the unachievable, the impossible becoming possible, and all for the good of your people. I humbly submit to your will and your way in the name of Jesus. Amen and amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Messages from the governor, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 40 has been signed, approved March 24th, 2021. Enclosed Message to the Senate of the State of Kansas enclosed herewith is Executive Directive Number 21-531 for your information. Enclosed herewith is Executive Directive Number 21-532 for your information. Sincerely, Laura Kelly, Governor.
Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of H.R. 6009, a resolution disapproving executive reorganization, Order Number 47, renaming the Kansas Department for Children and Families, the Kansas Department of Human Services, and abolishing the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, and transferring powers, duties, and functions to the Kansas Department of Human Services. Announcing passage of HB 2150, announcing passage of Senate Bill 37, also announcing passage of SB 58 as amended, SB 103 as amended, SB 107 as amended, SB 175 as amended, passage of SB 238 as amended. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on SB 36 and has appointed Representatives Prowl, Depperbang, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 86 and has appointed Representatives S. Johnson, Croft, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in the Senate amendments to HB 2066, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Croft, and Clayton as conferees on part of the House. House Bill Number 2150, an act concerning dependent persons. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 52, announcing passage of Senate Bill 38 as amended, announcing Senate Bill 66 as amended, Senate Bill 89 as amended, Senate Bill 65 as amended, Senate Bill 90 as amended, Senate Bill 142 as amended, Senate Bill 143 as amended, Senate Bill 160 as amended.
This constitutes the introduction of those bills previously read. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that Senate accede to request of the House for conference on House Bill 2066.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Cali, Senator Alley, the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 4 through 6, House Bill 2007, House Bill 2026, House Bill 2071, House Bill 2126, House Bill 2155, substitute for House Bill 2166, House Bill 2243, Senate substitute for House Bill 2252, and House Bill 2298. The clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2007, an act concerning motor carriers. House Bill 2026, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2071, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2126, an act concerning adult care facilities. House Bill 2155, an act concerning the Department of Health and Environment. House Bill 2166, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2243, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Senate House Bill 2252, an act concerning alcoholic beverages. House Bill 2298, an act concerning service of process.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Peg. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand.
Could you repeat the last two, please?
Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman.
Would you please repeat your votes, please? Thank you.
Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? The senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Yes, the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Are there any other changes of vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Excuse me. The senator from Sedgwick.
I was just jumping ahead for explaining.
Is there an explanation of vote?
I would. I'd like to explain my pass on House Bill 2166. Pass vote, and just want to share a little story that happened a long time ago. And we had a former senator from Lindsborg, and I remember him, his seat was right next to another senator that got one of the very first tags designated for breast cancer survivor. And we all voted, and he was the only one that voted no. And he made a comment about how it's going to be one tag after another. And he was right, looking back. And I just want to share that I think we need to rethink how we do tags. I think we've lost our focus about license tags. They're there to identify a vehicle. They're not there to supplant a bake sale. And so I hope as we move forward, we rethink about all the different tags that we come up with and focus on why we have license tags. And if you'd like to see a 1938 and a 1946 tag, come to my shop. I'll be happy to show it. And you know what? Everybody had the same tag. I do not need my word spread on the Journal. I just had to say that. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to explain their vote? Yes, the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Chair. I'd like to explain my my support for substitute for 2166. Mr. Vice President, it was a difficult vote to support 2166 regarding the distinctive tags, because among the array of tags that we will be authorizing for those to express their individuality while being licensed with a Kansas registered vehicle, these will now include what's called the Gadsden flag, or the Don't Tread on Me flag. I can't tell you, given the history of Mr. Gadsden, as I said in my yesterday EOV, Mr. Vice President, how it pains me to support in any way, indirectly, the Don't Tread on Me flag, or the Gadsden flag, with his history of being a notorious slave holder and operating a wharf out of South Carolina that imported more Africans and sold more Africans into slavery in North America than any other port at the time. We as Kansans, proud Kansans, should recoil from authorizing a tag with our state's name on it, even those who live in Johnson County, as far south as they might, as some who are here now within the sound of my voice could vaguely hear.
Senator from Wyandotte reminds you, most respectfully, 2 minutes and 200 words.
I think I have about 33 seconds left, Mr.
Fine.
Chair, and I'll take 38. We should really recoil with horror that we are going to put Gadsden's name and this flag that represents tyranny and slavery in our Kansas record. And I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. For all the good that 2166 does do, I'll support those for those other organizations, but I hope we'll do a public education campaign to make sure those that bear the Don't Tread on Me flag are tacitly supporting a vile, racist, slavery-oriented past. And I will probably put my up to the 2 minutes, the 200 words, with your permission, Mr. Vice Chair, in the Journal.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holzhauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going for 30 seconds. For explanation of vote for HB 2166, I very much appreciate the comments of the good senator from Sedgwick County, and that it seems we may have gotten off course to some degree. And I will tell you, there now seems to be a certain taint with this bill. While there are many great organizations contained within, the incorporation of the Gadsden flag, which with its history of associated with racism, runs counter of recognizing Kansas as a free state. Additionally, the evolution of this flag as a symbol of the January 6th insurrection seems to oppose the very essence of being a united nation. I vote no. Thank you.
Are there any other explanations of vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, can I change my vote on substitute 2166 from aye to pass?
Without objection, you may. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson on 2166.
Granted. Are there any other explanation of votes? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll, close the roll, and tally the vote. Having 40 having voted in favor, 0 against, House Bill 2027, House Bill 2026, House Bill 2071, House Bill 2243, 37 having voted in favor and 3 against, House Bill 2298, 36 having voted in favor and 4 against, House Bill 2155, 31 in favor and 5 against, House Bill 2166, and 30 having voted in favor and 8 against, House Bill 2252. These measures, having received the constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am going to make a couple announcements before. First of all, Fed and State will have a meeting at the rail following the recess. And the Fed and State will also meet at 1 o'clock tomorrow in our normal room for bills previously heard. So Fed and State will meet tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Upon recess, the Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Sorry about that for the senator from Douglas. I move that the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. Consideration of motions to concur and non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 77. But I guess I better...
Excuse me, Senator from Cherokee. We're on a motion to concur and non-concur, and this would be Senate Bill 175.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the wrong message. I move that the Senate non-concur to House amendments to Senate Bill 175.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On a motion to consider motions to concur or non-concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I didn't know that you heard me say that I needed to request a conference committee report on the next one, so I appreciate that. So on Senate Bill 238, I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 238 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair appoints conferees on the part of the Senate, senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On motions to concur, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on Senate Bill 24.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that we concur to Senate Bill 24. This Senate bill is one that we passed earlier, went to the House, came back. They only made one amendment. This is prohibiting municipalities from restricting the access to natural gas to end users and customers. They added propane also to that list. So the natural gas and propane, the municipalities could not prohibit access to that. Now, those individual cities on buildings they own can decide to do something different. But for the end users, people like little old folks on fixed incomes who heat their homes with natural gas or propane or use that in their ovens and stoves, restaurants, for example, this helps to protect them from changes in city's intent with respect to natural gas. So I move the Senate concur to House amendments to Senate Bill 24, and I stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the senator Johnson? Seeing none, we now, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do have some questions for the senator from Johnson, if he would stand for them.
I'm sure he will.
Is he aware that most municipalities require an inspection for a new home or a new business to make sure that that home or business has met the municipal codes?
Senator Thompson.
I think that's fairly standard procedure, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I believe that's very standard procedure. Is the senator aware of the code that applies in the city of Shawnee?
Senator Thompson, if you care to repine.
With regard to general housing, inspections on homes, I'm not sure if I get clarification.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Particularly in light of inspection on gas, fuel services.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I do. I live in the city of Shawnee, and I built a home there. And before we could close on the home, we had to have inspections. We had gas lines put in. So yeah, they did inspect that and made sure that it was safe and usable.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. So Senate Bill 24 makes a lot of sense in terms of allowing electric and other utility customers, I guess in this case, the utility is natural gas or propane. It makes a lot of sense to allow them to choose what fuel they want. But when the communities have adopted codes, those codes are different for an electric furnace than they would be for a gas furnace. Senate Bill 24 says that a municipality may not prohibit, restrict, discriminate based on that delivery of that utility for the end-use customer. If that's the case, would the city of Shawnee be able to adopt or enforce their 2018 international fuel gas code?
Senator Thompson.
Well, if you look at the bill on page 1, line 11, it says this utility service means a retail provision of natural gas or propane. Just that the access to those two types of fuel shall not be prohibited. So it does not restrict the city from enforcing certain codes for safety for use of those two types of fuel, but it does restrict a city from saying an end user cannot use those two types of fuel. So it's broad enough to allow the city to create standards for safety, but it just says, no, you cannot tell someone they cannot use those two types of fuels. And particularly if somebody already does use that type of fuel, all of a sudden to have that access cut off becomes problematic.
I'm looking at the bill and I'm looking on line 14 where it says a municipality shall not impose any ordinance, resolution, code, rule, provision, standard, permit, or plan, or other binding action that prohibits, discriminates against, restricts, limits, impairs, or has the effect thereof. Would not a code about a gas furnace be different and therefore discriminate against? Would it not limit, would those code requirements not limit the municipality from enforcing that building code?
Senator Thompson, do you care to respond?
I would say no. It does. This again, the bill speaks to the provision or usage of natural gas. The city still can, the codes speak to the safety aspect so that somebody utilizing natural gas, and it's standard practice right now, the codes can be followed and still, we're doing two different things here. We're talking about discriminating against the use of natural gas or doing anything that, when we're talking about imposing an ordinance, we're talking about an ordinance that would say you cannot use natural gas. That's what this is referring to. So it's not talking about restricting a city from enforcing certain codes for safety, but it is just saying that we cannot tell that, or that city cannot tell that end user, other than the city itself in its own buildings, that they cannot use natural gas or propane.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I did check with others. One of them was Amanda Stanley, who is the legal counsel for the League of Municipalities, and she believed that it may be able to restrict that ability to use a code, because the plain language says a municipality, and if we just focus on the word code, a municipality shall not impose any code that discriminates against, restricts, or limits an end-use customer's use of a utility. And so they're not going to be able to use that natural gas in any way. The municipality would be telling them they can only use it if they follow a particular code. And that code is going to be different for an electric utility than it is for a gas utility. I am pleased that the House did make a change to this bill. I think it's very much worth having a conference committee. So I believe that to protect public safety, we should again seek legal counsel and make sure we're not putting our constituents in danger.
Senator Thompson, care to respond?
I respectfully disagree. I think this bill was vetted by our revisor, vetted by the proponents' attorneys as well, and you're always going to have disagreements among attorneys, but with respect to how this bill was drafted, I believe the intent of the bill is fairly clear, and we're not going to have any issues of this nature. This is a good bill, and I concur.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can the senator from Shawnee explain to me how this bill was vetted by our revisor?
Senator from Johnson, you may respond.
Well, we worked with him fairly extensively, and he worked also with the proponents of the bill from the gas company to make sure that we'd gotten everything. We worked this bill fairly extensively too in committee. So I feel very confident that we've got this right, and this is just common sense bill to prohibit any restrictions on the use of a utility. And if you look at it very carefully, on line 18, it finishes a sentence where municipality shall not impose any ordinance, code, limits, impairs, restricts, or has the effect thereof to end use customers' use of utility service. Utility service. And that is what makes the difference.
Senator from Douglas, you care?
I would argue you could say the use of a utility service could be a use of that utility. I did talk with our revisor. He agreed that there could be some concerns about this tight limit on municipalities, and because of that, drew up an amendment that I presented in committee that was simply talking about the municipality shall not impose anything that prohibits, but there is some agreement, and there was agreement that we might need to make this a little broader. I understand that the committee was not in favor of that, but I believe we could simply add a note that this does not prohibit a municipality from adopting any standard ordinances. I stand up and I ask the body to vote against concurring on this bill, have a conference committee, and make sure that issue can be addressed. A similar proposal was made in the House. I think that there may be some concerns from the proponents that was too restrictive, but we don't want to do away with all ability for municipalities to impose codes. Thank you.
Senator Thompson?
No response, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. We now will turn for a motion to concur from the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, on Senate Bill 77.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 77 is the Audiology and Speech Language Pathology Interstate Compact. This bill, when we heard it the first time, passed the Senate 35-3. It went over to the House. The only amendment that they put on or changed was they changed the enactment date from the statute book to the register, and it passed the House 119-3. This bill became a little bit more urgent in the last couple of days when we started working on this bill. When we sent it over to the House from the Senate, there were only 6 states that have signed on to the compact. Since then, that time, there's 9. And the reason why that is important is if you're one of the first 10 that pass this compact, you are have a member on the board. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 77 and would stand for questions.
You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The motion to concur on Senate Bill 24 and Senate Bill 77. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill number 24, an act concerning municipalities. Senate Bill 77, an act concerning health professions and practices.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? The senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Thank you. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Are there any other changes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Petty.
I'm changing my vote on Senate Bill 24 from aye to no.
Very good. Are there any other changes? Seeing none, does any senator wish to explain their vote? The senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to explain my vote no on Senate Bill 24. I agree with the bill in terms of not restricting a particular energy source. I'm concerned that the limits on our municipalities are far more reaching than we may understand. I believe a municipality should have the reasonable ability to enforce their codes. And I would like my remarks spread on the journal.
Duly noted. Is there any more explanation of vote? The senator from Raleigh, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With her permission, I'd like to join the explanation of vote with the senator from Douglas.
Duly noted. Seeing the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think I'll change my aye on 24 to no, based on the explanation given, and with her permission would join the senator from Douglas in that explanation, which was very clearly made here at the end of the vote. Thank you.
Duly noted on the vote change and the explanation. Any other explanations? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "38 voting in favor and 2 against Senate Bill 77, 30 in favor and 10 against Senate Bill 24. The measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed." The chair now recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for considerations of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. The chair appoints the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the committee as a whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself to the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will temporarily pass over Senate substitute for House Bill 2104. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2145. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2145 is just simply redefining the term public utility and removing electric vehicle charging stations from that definition. What this does, if they remained under the definition of a utility, then they would fall under rate increases from the KCC. In this case, it just allows convenience stores, retail stores across Kansas to put in those electric vehicle charging stations. This passed the House 124-0, and 35 states have made similar determinations that these charging stations are not public utilities. In previous sessions, the legislature modified the definition of public utility to exempt fueling equipment for compressed natural gas. So this is just following in that footstep. And basically, this just opens it up to the proliferation of electric vehicles over the coming decades, and to allow them access to electric vehicle charging. I think that's all I'm going to say about that, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2145 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2074. The chair recognizes a senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was dealing with an amendment for another bill. House Bill 2070 is an opportunity for our private, not-for-profit institutions in our state, of which we have 20. It's for them to be able to charge students that make payments for tuition, room, board, things like that service fee, to carry that on to the student. And what we have learned in testimony is that in fiscal year 19, $1.64 million in fees was covered by these private institutions. You know, when we heard testimony from the University of St. Mary, Benedictine, Baker University, what we learned is they were taking funds that had been donated to the college to cover these fees. Now, the reason that we have this bill before us is because for some time, our public universities, as well as our community colleges and technical colleges, have been able to assess that fee to the students when they make that payment through credit card. And so the ask in this bill is that these independent, not-for-profit colleges and universities are able to do the very same. I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? The chair recognizes a senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions, but I strongly support this bill. I have 5 private colleges in my district, and as the presenter and carrier of this bill has indicated, we have 20 colleges in Kansas or more with over 24,000 students. The major universities, the junior colleges, or counties and cities allow you to pay their payments, and then they charge you back the fees. This just puts us on a level playing field, helps them financially, and it's parity throughout the system. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2070 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2254. The chair recognizes a senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2254 actually contains a bit of 2 different bills, so I'll explain them both. The first is a prearranged funeral agreement. It's moving what you can contribute to that from $7,000 to $10,000. This amount hasn't changed since 2010, and so this has been a bit of a revolving door in terms of them having to come back and ask for that increase. So now in the future, it will be $10,000, and then it will increase according to the Consumer Price Index. That portion of the bill passed the House 123-0. The second part is from has to do with cremation permits. And so essentially it's affecting the Kansas City metro area. So if a death occurs in Missouri, but the family is served in the state of Kansas, this would ease documentation burden on Kansas funeral homes and crematory operators. So currently a cremation permit is required for a body to be cremated in Kansas, regardless of where the death occurred. This bill would provide that if the death or cause of death occurred outside of the state of Kansas and the law of the state where the death occurred does not require a cremation permit, such as Missouri, then a permit would not be required to cremate the body in Kansas. And that portion of the bill passed 122-1 in the House. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Shawnee? Seeing no questions, Senator O'Shea, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good deal. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2254 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2072. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate substitute for House Bill 2072, which was formerly Senate Bill 245, creates the Utility Financing Securitization Act. It would allow for utilities regulated by KCC to issue securitization bonds for extraordinary weather events and offset costs to those customers because of that event over a specified time period decided by the KCC. It would also allow for securitization bonds to be issued to finance the undepreciated cost of transitioning assets. It sets up the hearing process with the KCC to issue either type of bond. It sets up the standards that the KCC must consider before allowing issuance of the bonds. Securitization bonds are expected to, or KCC must find that securitization bonds are expected to provide a net quantifiable rate benefit to the customer. I might explain quickly the advantages of securitization bonds. Securitization bonds, because they are from a regulated utility, and those regulators have the ability to force payment of the bonds, are very highly rated bonds. They have been compared, I've had KCC representatives compared them to U.S. Treasury bonds so investors like these bonds very well, and so therefore the interest rate is extremely low on these bonds. They are a very high-grade bond. I might mention that securitization was a recommendation of the London Economics International Rate Study, which was commissioned by the legislature and released in 2020. So we had testimony, we had 3 days of testimony, I believe, in committee. We had one major gas company in the state that had told us that they had offset $450 million worth of extraordinary costs from the weather event last month in anticipation of this bill. So this is very much similar to Senate Bill 88, which we passed for the municipals a couple of weeks ago to allow those customers to spread out their bills over time. This would allow those customers of KCC regulated utilities to do the same type of thing, only this would require KCC approval and hearings with the KCC to make sure that the payment plans were structured properly and that the bonds were structured properly. We had lots of renditions in the bill. Ultimately, we had complete agreement on the bill from all of the interested parties. Proponents on the bill as it ended up were Black Hills Energy, Evergy, KCC, Kansas Gas Service, Kansas for lower electric rates, Kansas Industrial Consumer Group, Atmos Energy, CURB. We did have neutral testimony from KEC. Mr. Chairman, I would really like to show some appreciation, number one, to my reviser. I know she had more than over 100 hours in this bill. Many, many late nights where she was emailing or texting me at 2 and 3 a.m., knowing that I'm an early riser and I would get back to her at my normal 4 or 5 when I get up. The committee worked very hard on this bill, and so I just want to show appreciation for all the work that's been done on that. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Lyon? Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that's on its way. I'd like to pass over the bill until the amendment comes, but otherwise we can continue to discuss the bill until it gets here.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm not certain that I understand your request. You asked to pass over the bill, but yet continue debate. Senator from Lyon?
I said that if you choose not to pass over the bill, we will continue to debate the bill until the amendment arrives.
Mr. Chairman?
She did ask for to pass over it. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate and I respect the ability of the senator from Lynn to bring an amendment. My concern is that this is a very, very complicated bill. It has been agreed upon by all parties. I know how much time my reviser had in it. This bill is time sensitive. We need to get this relief to the customer, so I would object to passing over the bill.
We are back on the bill. Any questions of the senator from Lyon? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I recognize the hard work that the chairman from Lyon has done on this bill. He's done a lot of tough negotiating and working very, very hard on this bill, and I realize that. I just have some concerns I want to express about what the bill does, not so much what's in it, but what it does. And it looks ahead to the future. Evergy is an investor-owned utility. What that means is they have a duty to their investors to provide profits. Well, Evergy, parts of Evergy have been bought in recently by Elliott Management and by Bluescape. Both of these are New York investment firms, and they've been buying increasing shares in Evergy. And therefore, their goal is to transform how Evergy does business. And you can see it in Evergy's Sustainability Transformation Plan, which the goal is to transfer away from coal and transition more toward using more renewables. I put an article on all the senators' desks called Texas Wind and Solar Associations bragged about pushing reliable power plants offline, then blackouts. I would urge you strongly to read this because what this securitization bill is, it doesn't say it on the bill, but it is the first domino to fall in the transition away from reliable power sources like coal toward renewables that are unreliable in Arctic outbreaks. Now, this is not going to be a fast transition. However, what this does is allows Evergy, what we're doing is authorizing as a state Evergy to make a bond and then people to invest in those bonds. But the ratepayers are the ones who pay off all of the fees, the principal, the interest for the bond. Now, I realize the Kansas Corporation Commission is going to oversee all this, but if you look down the future, look on farther down, immediately we may see some rate savings from the securitization. And granted, there's the weatherization portion of it that will help to protect some of these entities that got hit hard by gas. But if we transition more and more toward renewables, it's inevitable that we'll continue to see our electric prices go up. Since 2007, when we had only 2% wind capacity across the state, we've grown from 2% to almost 40% wind capacity. Now you have to remember, capacity does not equal generation. So you can have right now we have almost 7,000 megawatts of wind power, well, wind capacity, but most of the time when the wind doesn't blow, it's not producing any power at all. So to back up wind, you also have to add natural gas peaking plants. So when the wind's not blowing, we're having to add natural gas capacity. We're also having to add power lines, additional transmission lines across the state to accommodate that. You also have to consider the fact that when the wind does blow, it forces the wholesale price of electricity so low that it's undermining our reliable natural gas and coal plants, because you have to take the lowest cost of electricity at that time. So because wind is heavily subsidized and they don't consider in the levelized cost of energy all of this extra infrastructure that is required for wind, it's artificially creating a very, very low wholesale price. Now, what this bill does, you've got two choices. And again, our chairman's been working on this. It is almost a Hobson's choice. If you don't do the securitization bill, what will happen? They will transition away from coal even faster, making the grid unreliable even quicker. Their rate base will shrink and the rates will go up faster. Absolutely going to happen. No doubt about that. What we're doing with the securitization bill is amortizing that cost over many, many years. So you liken it to having a mortgage on a home. You buy $1 million home, but you spread the cost over 40 years. You say, wow, I've saved a lot of money. My wife says, spend and save, right? That's basically what we're doing with this. You're amortizing that cost over many, many years. But during the course of that time, they cannot promise that low rate is going to stay in place, because as the fuel mix across Kansas changes, as the rates continue to climb, and they have climbed commensurate with the addition of wind power, we are putting at jeopardy businesses who are looking to Oklahoma and other states nearby, who literally from industrial rates are paying half the rate on their electricity that we are. And so as a result, if we don't do something in the long term to answer those questions, we're going to lose businesses. So this is a Hobson's choice. This is a tough deal. It depends on whether you want to look short term, where the rates are going to go down for a little while because of this securitization bill, or you look to the long-term reliability and the long-term outcome in the future of Kansas energy. And that really is my concern with this. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that this bill, if you read it very, very carefully, still puts the ratepayer on the hook if we change regulatory structure. Say we decide to deregulate the IOUs, like Evergy. The ratepayer, that way you split up Evergy into a generating portion and a delivery portion. But the ratepayer is still stuck paying the bill for this particular bond that they're going to issue. So there are a lot of problems with this, and I would just ask, that you look very carefully at this, because this article does explain how the renewables are undermining these reliable sources of energy that we have to have. We have to have the base load. There's no doubt about that. So that's something we've got to look at in the long term. And I really have some concerns about the bill. And securitization fever, I pulled this article as well. This is happening all across the country. This is the latest fad of how you finance the transition away from assets that just aren't performing. But the reason that coal is not performing the way it should is because we've undermined it with wind. And now with the Sustainable Transformation Plan of Evergy, we're also going to undermine it with solar. That is part of the securitization, well, the STP plan from Evergy. Solar is even more unreliable than wind and much more heavily subsidized. And so I'm just very concerned about the long-term future of the energy mix here. I do believe that if you look at the Arctic outbreak, the Southwest Power Pool didn't perform well either. Here in Kansas, we have something like 40,000 megawatts of excess capacity. So when that cold air hit, where was all that capacity? Some of it was wind, and wind, even though they said wind performed better than forecast, that was still just 1% of the energy mix. Well, that's sort of like saying the Kansas City Chiefs won a football game because the water boy did a really good job that day. You have to have reliability. And even as today, almost 50% of the generation today is coming from coal. So this is a cautionary tale. You all have to make up your own minds about how to go with this. And I know how it's going to be spun in the media. It's going to be, here, this is a great savings. But I just go back to what my wife says. She sees a good bargain on the internet. She says, honey, we're spending, but we're saving. And that's sort of what we're at with this particular bill. And again, this is not to disparage the hard work of the senator from Lyon and all he's trying to do on this bill. He's put in a very tough position on it, and I understand that. I've just seen what the plans are in the future. And in fact, the Wichita Eagle wrote a very good article about the $9 billion spending that's coming down the pike from this Sustainable Transformation Plan, and it's going to result in a $220 million increase in rates, particularly across central Kansas, Evergy Central, which is the Wichita area and up through central Kansas. So we've got some real problems on our hands. In utilities today, we had testimony on a brief about Kansas rates, which are higher than all the surrounding region. And so we've got to answer this. But the answer is not replacing reliable sources. It's finding a way to transition to a lower rate cost and still keep the reliability. My worry is that over the long term, in the short term, this might be a good answer. In the long term, I worry that it's a problem and we're going to have to fight it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, do you wish to respond?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the good senator from Johnson for bringing those points. Quite honestly, I had many of the same concerns that he did when I started into this bill. So I would like to point out a couple of things to the body. Since 2007, 70% of the rate increases that Evergy has been granted has been attributed to retrofitting coal plants. So 70% of the rate increases since 2007 have come from retrofits of coal plants. I will like to tell the body that we had extensive testimony, and as I said, I had concerns about baseload power and how we were going to be able to continue that. We had 3 days of testimony on the bill. The senior executive vice president for public affairs testified. He made it very well known to the committee that this is not a bill to eliminate coal. They have an integrated resource plan that they have to file with the KCC. It is available to the public. There is no immediate need. There is no immediate desire to replace coal with other systems. The reality of it is plants get old. If you buy a car and you expect it to go 10 years, then if you've gotten 20 out of it, you've done pretty good. We also had testimony from the senior vice president for regulatory affairs. He led off his testimony about the fact that this bill is not about eliminating coal.
This bill is a financing tool that the London study recommended. This is a financing tool on the transitioning of energy costs that will reduce customer rates because utilities are guaranteed a rate of return on their operations and their capital investments of 9%. Estimates on securitization bonds will range between 2 and 3% currently. Bond market is moving up slightly, so if it's even 4%, which would be at the high end, there is a 5% savings there. I still had some concerns, so I inquired again, and I would like to read you a letter that I received yesterday. It says, Senator Longbein, we support having securitization. It is a tool that will allow Evergy to reduce the cost of retiring power plants that have reached the end of their useful life. This bill does not encourage or mandate the retirement of coal-fired plants. It does not create an incentive to retire coal or power plants. All securitization does is lay out the rules of the road for when it comes time to retire older power plants that have reached the end of their useful life in a way that minimizes the cost to our customers. Securitization will not have any impact on the retirement dates we set for our Lacine power plant or any other power plant in our fleet. Those dates will be guided by our integrated resource plan and ultimately determined through a regulatory process in front of the Kansas Corporation Commission. Electric reliability is paramount to Evergy, and under this legislation, the KCC must sign off on any plant retirements in our service territory for reliability reasons. That letter is signed by David Campbell, who is the CEO of Evergy. Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for additional questions.
Chair recognizes a senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments that were made by the senator from Lyons, particularly regarding the difference between what ratepayers are paying for a rate of return and what they might pay for these bonds. So my question for the senator from Lyon is it possible that a facility could reach the end of its useful life before it has been entirely depreciated?
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein.
Mr. Chairman, the question, the answer to that question is absolutely yes, particularly on those power plants that have had EPA-required retrofits, they've had upgrades. Those assets, for tax reasons or depreciated or book reasons, are depreciated over a long period of time, and they could certainly outlive the usefulness of the plant. And so securitization would allow for those undepreciated assets to be securitized with bonds instead of paying rate of return on them.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer. My constituents are interested in having reliable energy. They also would like to not be paying a rate of return on those facilities that are no longer used or useful. So this seems to be a very appropriate way to save those costs and not have our utilities making money on investments, again, that may no longer be used or useful. This will help all kinds of utilities. It doesn't have to be a coal plant. It could be a substation. But if it is no longer being used, if it has been damaged, it would be very appropriate for the utility to seek this remedy.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbein, do you wish to respond?
No, I just thank the good senator for her comments.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to bring up a couple things and a couple thoughts, and it just came to mind. I talked with a former CEO of Sunflower some time ago, and I asked him, When you build a plant, when you build a generating plant, do you factor into the rates the cost of decommissioning? He said, absolutely. My question is, why were the costs of decommissioning these plants not already built into the rates that we're already paying? So why are we now having to create a bond for that? My concern is that those rates were already paying for the decommissioning. You're going to, by the state's fiat, we're going to give them a AAA rating for this bond to attract investors. And then they're going to be able to utilize that money that's already saved. I'm just speculation, but this is based on the conversation with someone else. That money's partially already there. And it just makes it a lot easier to transition toward renewables or solar or wind or something of that nature. And with regard to that, I talked earlier about the subsidies of renewables. Let me read this one paragraph. According to the nonprofit Texas Public Policy Foundation, for every 39 cents the oil and gas industry received in federal taxpayer subsidies from 2010 to 2019, the wind industry received $18.86 in subsidies, which is 48 times as much, and the solar industry received $82.46, 211 times as much. So we're not only paying for these renewables that we're trying to transition toward through our rates, we're also paying for the extra transmission lines. We're also paying for the extra energy cost adjustments that is created by these renewables, because when the wind comes online, when there's no demand for it in the middle of the night, those coal plants shut down. Most of these coal plants are not running. The reason they're not running, the reason they're underutilized, is because we've distorted the markets. And the Federal Energy Regulation Commission, FERC, actually grants part of the wind capacity as guaranteed or firm capacity. And we know that that's not true, because on a day when the wind is not blowing, you cannot flip that wind on and suddenly generate energy from no wind. Those wind turbines, as a matter of fact, at times consume twice as much electricity as they produce, because it takes electricity to run and heat the turbines during cold weather. It takes electricity to turn those 50-ton nacelles into the wind. They've got all sorts of other things that operate inside those turbines. And again, this bill is not about that, but this bill is the first domino to transition toward that. In Texas, they've got over 30,000 megawatts of renewable energy, 30,000 megawatts. But they also have a very large population. If you do the division, in Texas, they're spreading the cost of 1 megawatt of wind capacity over 900 ratepayers. In Kansas, with our capacity approaching 7,000 and our much, much smaller, literally a 10th population, we're spreading the cost of 1 megawatt of wind across about 400 customers. So we are already at what I would consider peak wind. And any additional renewables is only going to drive up our costs. It's going to drive up our taxes, because the tax money is going to subsidize these renewable sources that are undermining our coal plants and our gas plants and our nuclear plants, for that matter. They still have to pay for the salaries of those people who run those coal plants, run those gas plants, run the coal plants. But the wind has nobody hanging around. When the wind shows up, it turns on, drives the wholesale price to next to nothing, and clears the market before those others can get in. And so we've got some real problems with the price distortion. Again, I understand this bill. I understand the bill 100% and the hard work that the Senator has done. My concern is that we're going to focus on the short-term potential rate savings and not look down the road to see what's coming, because if it allows this transition to continue and we don't guarantee you reliability, we're going to be paying for a long, long, long time, and we're going to be driving people out of the state because they cannot afford electricity. That's what's happening in Germany. Our retail rates here are about 6 or 7 cents a kilowatt hour. In Germany, the penetration of wind power is so incredible, they pay 30 cents a kilowatt hour. They're experiencing what they call energy poverty in Germany. People are having to choose between paying their electric bills and buying food or pharmaceuticals. I don't want to end up there here in the state of Kansas. And my concern is this bill is the first step in that direction. And that's my concern. And again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, you wish to respond?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I once again appreciate the comments from the good senator from Johnson. First thing, I would like to remind the body that this is a financial instrument. This is not a debate on whether we need more wind or less wind or more coal or less coal. This is strictly to allow the state of Kansas to have securitization bonds for transitioning assets for utilities, and most importantly today is for the extraordinary cost associated with the winter storm last month. The senator from Johnson referenced Sunflower in his conversations with them. Would like to remind the body that Sunflower is a co-op. They are not an IOU. They are not regulated the same under KCC. It's my understanding that those that are regulated under KCC cannot amortize decommissioning costs. They cannot ask for those costs up front. And so that is a stark difference between a co-op that is not regulated the same as what an IOU and what the KCC regulated. Also, decommissioning is not the same as retiring. Decommissioning means that it is to make safe and make clean. So those are completely different issues from the retiring. Securitization bonds could be used on a retired asset that has undepreciated on their balance sheet, has undepreciated costs still associated with that plant. Even if decommissioning costs were allowed up front, the majority of the undepreciated assets on the balance sheet at this point are from EPA-required retrofits and EPA-required updates on emissions. And so those can range into the millions and millions of dollars, could even approach $1 billion if you look at it collectively over a 20-year period. So those are the assets that could be securitized, and that's why it makes sense.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator from Lyons carrying the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I apologize.
No, that's fine. It was really interesting when the senator from Lynn and Senator Lynn sat across from each other. That was really great. So I had asked for the bill to be passed over until an amendment was ready, and I know that amendment is going to take a while, and that's why I'd asked for that consideration. You know, I appreciate the good senator from Johnson's comments, and I will echo that the good senator from Lyon put much work into this and has tried to find a solution for all parties. However, the parties that he listed don't represent my district or the other districts that have coal plants in their area. I guess I should say they do. A couple of them are owners. The senator from Johnson referred to an article, and I would like to read this to the body. It's a deep dive, securitization fever. Renewables, advocate sees Wall Street's innovative way to end coal. New laws passed across the country allow customer-backed bonds to pay off stranded coal assets in favor of renewables, but utilities are hesitant. By Herman Trabish, published May 28, 2019. With the cost of building new renewables now lower than the cost of operating most existing coal plants, the major remaining obstacle to this energy transition is resolving the financial burden of stranded coal assets. State legislation, like bills recently passed in Montana, Colorado, and New Mexico, can give coal-owning utilities the option to issue bonds secured by the certainty of customers paying the bills. This financial strategy, called securitization, again, I will repeat, coal-owning utilities the option to issue bonds secured by the certainty of customers paying their bills. This financial strategy, called securitization, has attracted over $50 billion from investors to resolve their utility obligations and can be used to pay off stranded coal assets. Accelerated depreciation, which more quickly resolves the stranded financial obligations, has also been used to transition from coal to renewables. But it imposes rate increases on customers. Securitization avoids rate increases by using new capital from bond sales to pay off the obligation, but it can impose losses which impact investor-owned utilities, IOU shareholders. Utilities prefer accelerated depreciation. They told the utility dive. Some renewable advocates also oppose securitization and see it as a way of excusing utilities from the burden of imprudent investment in coal. But many renewables advocate see securitization financing the transition from coal while protecting ratepayer and coal-dependent communities. You might think this doesn't have anything to do with the bill, but this is exactly what the bill is about, Mr. Chairman. We have a publicly traded on the stock market company that is absolutely using these financial securities to their best benefit. And I would agree with the senator from Johnson. We can't look at the short term only when we pass legislation. We need to look at the long-term impact. The securitization lowdown is an option in the 24 states, DC, Puerto Rico, and there are more ongoing initiatives. According to Sabre Partners CEO Joseph Ventura, it has been used in 65 IOU transitions involving $50.9 billion in bonds. While it hasn't been used yet for a coal plant closure, securitization has been used to smooth deregulation, reduce renewable and distributed generation costs, defer utility debt, and finance pollution, control upgrades, nuclear plant losses, and storm recovery. A bill passed March 21st in New Mexico designates it for the use in shutting down PNM's San Juan generating station. Securitization can be used to retire uneconomic coal generation. Energy Innovation Director of Electricity Policy by Mike O'Bull told the utility dive, but the utility still lost the earnings it would have gotten on the investment. O'Boyle co-author 3 securitization policy briefs with Energy Innovation consultant and former Colorado Public Utilities Commission Chair Ron Luhr to cover utility losses. Regulators in Colorado have allowed accelerated depreciation, but that increases customer bills in the short term. while securitization rebalances the scales in favor of consumers. A decision how to pay for it. Securitization is a tool that reduces the cost to ratepayers. Legislation can give regulators and utilities the option. The bond issue through securitization give utilities capital investment in a steel for fuel exchange of coal assets for renewable assets that can earn comparable returns. Shareholders do very well if the utility makes cost-competitive bids. The shareholders will do very well. I hope that a majority of Kansans are listening. Xcel Energy, Colorado's recent regulator, approved renewable investments will likely maintain or improve shareholder outcomes more than offsetting investments remaining in early retired fossil fuel plants. An energy innovation brief reported, but Wall Street credit agency rating for utilities that continue to hold uneconomic coal assets will likely decline, and investors may eventually be unwilling to take on these risks. There are significant challenges. He acknowledged the only way a utility can succeed is by learning to make competitive bids to develop and own wind and solar projects. And that's exactly what we have going on with the companies in Kansas. Utilities must first assess the economic competitiveness of existing generation against potential replacements. Energy Innovation reported, it is not as simple as comparing levelized cost because reliability and system flexibility should be considered against the cost of distributed energy resource portfolios, wholesale market power cost, and transition cost. Once the decision to close a plant is reached, there is a decision of how to pay for it. Securitization is one tool, and it reduces the cost to ratepayers. Legislation can give regulators and utilities the option. As we heard from the senator from Johnson, we have an option. We have an option to look at a short-term, quick fix that makes us feel good for a little while, or else a long-term solution for providing power for the state of Kansas. Enabling legislation. State legislation authorizing the use of securitization is essential. Fischera said, it should make regulators responsible for customers and require the lowest cost bonds. It should also make the charge added to each customer's bill to pay bondholders along with the commission's authorizing order and the state's non-interference pledge, irrevocable. Such provisions in the certainty of the utility revenue from the customer's electricity utility bills assure AAA-rated bonds that give investors 3% to 4% returns.
Senator from Lynn, have you concluded?
I was waiting until the room was a little bit more quiet.
Could we have a little reduction in the noise level in the room, please? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Lynn.
Mr. Chairman.
You may continue, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Such provisions and certainty of utility revenue from customers' electric bills assure AAA-rated bonds that give investors 3% to 4% returns, a bargain for utilities that face 4% to 6% interest rates, and definitely a bargain for Kansas that are looking at 9%. Energy Innovation reported, the Kansas portion wasn't in the article, I added that to it. Securitization is the least cost approach for dealing with standard assets. Colorado State Representative Chris Hansen, a Democrat who sponsored H. Bill 19-1313 told utility dive. We have used accelerated depreciation in Colorado. Utilities prefer it because they get the full asset value, but it drives up ratepayer bills and does nothing for impacted communities and workers. Passed and sweeping legislation mandating zero emissions in Colorado by 2050. The bill's unique feature is its requirement that utilities include a workforce transition financing plan when filing any plant closure proposal. Securitization is not partisan, it is just math. Power plants eventually need to be retired. There is a transition coming, and this tool is to make it cheaper for ratepayers. You know, we tend to do that in our environment. You buy a piece of clothing, and instead of mending it or fixing it to use it to full capacity, we tend to toss it or pass it on. I think we should take a closer look at our power plants. I think that we could convert them to nuclear or natural gas plants in the state of Kansas. I would love to work with these energy companies and try to find that solution. The renewable resources, we've seen that it is not sustainable. I will continue with the article. Securitization does not excuse utilities from losses for their coal investments, he added. The utility lost shareholder value by giving up the regulated return on coal assets. That takes profit away from utilities. Demanding that utilities and their financial backers take the full loss that threatens to success and transition renewables because utilities could make the legitimate legal argument that they are and their shareholders should not be held responsible for regulated investment. Hansen said, if we require shareholders to absorb the residual capital cost of uneconomic coal facilities, it will result in a lawsuit we are unlikely to win, which could leave coal plants in place. Securitization is not a partisan, it's just math. The power plants eventually need to be retired. There is a transition coming, and this is a tool to make it cheaper for ratepayers. Montana came to a similar conclusion. Montana's legislation represents best practices. You guys may wonder why I'm doing this. I have a plant, a coal plant in my district, not just in my district, in my backyard. That coal plant is 60% of the valuation of the community. You don't think that we will feel these coal plants closing? And not only am I fighting for Lynn County and for the other coal plants in the state of Kansas, I am fighting for our utility ratepayers. Kansas has been gouged, I mean gouged, with our utility rates. And we've heard this conversation for at least 2 years on the Senate floor. We continue to hear it. We need a solution that is long-term and sustainable, not something like these renewable energies that are subsidized by the federal government and wouldn't even exist if they didn't have those subsidies. We saw what happened in Texas. You know, it's funny because you get conflicting information, but they sure locked down. They didn't have electricity when most needed. And yes, it was a record-breaking storm, one for the centuries that we don't see very often. But that's when we need the power most of all. Look how many deaths they had in that state as a result of losing electricity. Kansas, we were lucky. We didn't lose power, we just had a huge spike that is going to be a fiscal burden for quite some time for many individuals. And yes, there's a portion of the bill that helps with that. But the other portion helps on securitization and helps close these plants even sooner. Like I said, I would like to find a solution that keeps them here and keeps them in Kansas, or builds new plants, new nuclear plants, new natural gas plants. That would be the best for our state. It would be a win for everyone. But instead, we're letting an out-of-state corporation, yes, it is headquartered in Kansas and Missouri, but we all know that it's traded on the New York Stock Exchange and that it was purchased from out-of-state people. They don't have the best interests of Kansas at heart. We do. We may not agree on every issue, but I guarantee you the people in this chamber have the best interest of Kansas at heart. And so that's why we need to come to the table and have this discussion and find a solution for our energy needs. Maybe it's something as extreme as what Nebraska does. Government-owned energy. It's something to consider. We like private industry. We love competition. It's supposed to drive prices down. That's not what's happened. I know we're regulated. I know the KCC approved that sale, but it was one of the beginning of the end for coal plants in Kansas. There's another article, the article that Senator from Johnson handed out is Texas Wind Solar Associates bragged about pushing reliable power plants offline and then blackouts. And Mr. Chairman, I just received my amendment. I'll turn it in.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, do you wish to respond to any of the comments from the senator from Lynn?
Yes, sir, I do. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the senator from Lynn. And I know she's very, very passionate, as she should be. She does have a coal plant in her backyard. I also have a nuclear plant that's 30 miles from me that I have over 250 people that live in my community that work at it. The reality of it is, at some point, sometime in the future, everything is going to outlive its useful life. The plant that the senator from Lynn talks about, according to the IRL plan filed with KCC, that plant is scheduled to operate through 2039. That will make that plant 77 years old if they follow the IRL plan. That is approximately 31 years longer than the average useful life of an average coal plant. So I do understand her concerns. I've done everything I can to address those concerns. We've had, as I mentioned, live testimony from two vice presidents from Evergy on their coal. They said this bill is not accelerating their plans on coal. I shared with the body the letter from the CEO of Evergy. I have no reason to believe that they are going to do anything different than what they have told the people of Kansas and that they have filed with the KCC.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I'll yield to the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just leave the committee with the committee of the whole with just one final thought. In my former industry, television stations get bought by venture capital firms, investment firms, not people who are broadcasters. These people don't intend to broadcast. They just have a duty to their investors. They don't intend on running a television station. So they buy these places, pardon me, they cut jobs, they cut costs, and they fatten up the bottom line, and then they sell it to another venture capital firm or investment firm. And it goes on and on and on until they run the thing into the ground. We're seeing Elliott Management and Bluescape buying parts of Evergy. You know that they're more concerned about their investment than about our ratepayers here in Kansas. You have to make a distinction between investor-owned utility and the ratepayer, and that's what we're talking about here. And if you read on page 3 of the bill, starting at line 5, there's a list of all of the various things that when this bond is issued, that the ratepayers are going to pay and are on the hook for in perpetuity for the life of this bond, even if that Evergy is bought by someone else, say a Nextera or another big company that has different designs and furthers this STP plan. But listen to this batch of costs that you ratepayers in Kansas are going to be on the hook for in this bill. Says any costs related to issuing, supporting, repaying, refunding, servicing securitized utility tariff bonds, including but not limited to servicing fees, accounting and auditing fees, trust fees, legal fees, consulting fees, financial or structuring advisor fees, administrative fees, placement and underwriting fees, independent director and manager fees, capitalized interest, rating agency fees, stock exchange listing and compliance fees, security registration fees, filing fees, information technology programming costs, and any other costs necessary to otherwise ensure the timely payment of securitized utility tariff bonds or other amounts or charges payable in connection with securitized utility tariff bonds, including costs related to obtaining the financing order. Ratepayers, that is what you're getting for your money. You're not only paying for electricity, you're paying for all of these fees, and it's going to be buried in your electrical bill. And so, yeah, the bill might look like it's a little bit lower, but there are adjustments to these fees built into the bill. And again, think about the long-term aspects of this. We are spreading this huge additional cost out over many, many years just so that we can transition to new types of energy. And to the senator from Lynn's point, Wolf Creek Nuclear Power Plant, there's capacity there for a second reactor. When in our committee, I asked several different actors, Southwest Power Pool, are we considering nuclear? No, not even on the table. If you look at the cost of nuclear fuel, it's the lowest of anything. And they keep 18 months of fuel for those reactors on site. So they are not subject to the market when the rates shoot through the roof. And again, remember, when we had that Arctic outbreak and the gas price shot through the roof, part of the problem for all of these industries was that they were buying gas on the spot market. What was normally $2 per megawatt per BTU, for million BTU, shot up to, what, $100, $125? And we're going to see bankruptcies in this state as a result of that. There has to be a restructuring of our rates. We've got some real problems in this state, and I'm just not convinced this is the right vehicle to do it. And again, I'm not disparaging all the hard work that went into this, but I got to leave you with one last thought. Michael Polsky, CEO of Invergy, Kansas Wind Farm, owner and promoter of the Grain Belt Express transmission line through Kansas, okay, that's that line that's already across Kansas, has explicitly stated in a November 2020 Forbes article that he intends to erect more than 1,000 of these enormous machines, 700 feet tall, on 100,000 acres in Kansas, on what could become the nation's biggest wind farm. If you don't believe that this sustainable transformation plan involves some of that? I've got some land I'd like to sell you. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson yields back to the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment. And it's actually a motion to divide, so not an amendment.
Point of order.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
So, Mr. Chairman, just as a matter of procedure, I would like to make some comments about what the senator from Johnson just said. He yielded back to the senator from Lynn, who is now proposing to divide the amendment. So does that mean I don't get a comment?
I will allow that, Senator. Go ahead, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I think we have gotten quite a ways away from the fact that this bill...
Senator from Lyon, a point of order. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you called on me, I had the floor. It doesn't mean that you can change who has the microphone for the floor. But out of consideration, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to the carrier of the bill.
The senator from Johnson did raise some points that had not previously been risen. Not even sure what words to use, but I will recognize the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, and Senator Lynn. I appreciate you yielding. Senator Longbine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I once again appreciate the comments of the senator from Johnson, and I appreciate the senator from Lynn yielding to me. I think there's a couple of things that we need to understand. First of all, this bill is not about wind energy. It is not about retiring of coal. It is a financial instrument bill. That's why it was in my committee and not utilities. The second thing I'd like to point out is the senator from Johnson is exactly right. He talks about all of those costs that could be associated or could qualify under securitization. The question for this body is, you are going to pay those costs. Do you want to pay them at 9% or do you want to pay them at 3%? That's a big difference. There were references made to nuclear plants. I got to tell you, I'd like nothing better than the second reactor to be built at Wolf Creek. It's an estimated $9 billion cost. The guaranteed rate of return on the operations of that and the capital investment is astronomical. There were comments made about Evergy being out of state. Evergy is a Fortune 500 company that is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. 18% of their stock owners live in the state of Kansas. Almost all of their employees live in the state of Kansas. Their chairman lives in the state of Kansas. They talk about a investor that Evergy was sold. Well, Elliott owns 4% of Evergy. So I consider Evergy a Kansas and Missouri company. They retained almost all of the Westar people that we had used, and so I'm very proud to call Evergy our power company for the state of Kansas.
Senator from Lyon yields back to the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. The motion to divide the question is being distributed. The chair would like a copy, and he will receive one momentarily. Each member should have on their desk the request to divide the question. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you may explain your division. There are two parts. There is part one and part two. We will be first on part one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we heard from the carrier of the bill, there are two sections to this bill. It's not written up in two sections, it's intertwined. And I want to echo this chairman's comments about the reviser. She's done an amazing job on this. And what we have done, or what has been done in the motion to divide, the first section deals with the securitization of energy plants. It's the portion that is the first step in shutting down these plants. It may be a financial vehicle, but it is the first step. You know, this issue may seem like it's local to the 3 coal plants that exist in the state of Kansas, but I would ask this body to think about what happened in Texas. That is not what we want to see in Kansas. And if these coal plants shut down, that is a very real scenario for the state. It's absolutely a what if, and in my book, it's a when is it going to happen. We need to mitigate against that situation, and one way of doing that is encouraging these plants to stay open. We don't allow the securitization, and we come together, we come to the table, and we figure out a solution. We figure out a way we can get these plants to convert to natural gas, continue with coal or nuclear plants. But we do not take the first step in closing these plants. With that, I would ask that the body vote on the division to not allow the securitization of the energy plants. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will have full debate on part one. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the request stand for questions?
She's standing.
Did the carrier of this speak to the administrators of the coal plant in her district?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with the county commissioners.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you. We have a huge coal plant in my backyard. And when this first came about, I called the CEO of Sunflower. That's the coal plant, Holcomb coal plant. And she told me that she supports this bill, and this bill would have zero impact on the coal plant in Holcomb. I cannot speak for the coal plant in Lynn County, but I can certainly speak for the coal plant in Finney County, where this bill would have zero impact on that coal plant. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that, please.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That may not have a short-term impact, but this securitization bill will have an impact on every energy facility in the state of Kansas, because it's not just the first step for Lacine, it's the first step for any energy plant in the state of Kansas. Whenever they reach the life determined,
further questions on first part of the divided question? The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I may have just heard the solution to this whole thing. The carrier of the bill, not the division, said that he was told that it would cost $9 billion to put a second reactor at Wolf Creek. The cost that Evergy says for the Sustainable Transformation Plan is $9 billion. Why don't we take that $9 billion and put it toward a reliable, sustainable nuclear plant that in the long term is going to give us much, much more reliability of our grid, much cheaper electricity in the long run? Why don't we spend that $9 billion that way? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. I would ask if the good senator from Johnson would make that amendment. I'd sure support it.
Senator from Lyon, do you wish to address the body? Senator Longvine?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So this motion to divide the question splits it into two parts, and the first part is the cost associated on the securitized utility bonds. So that is what we have been talking about for the last hour and a half. You know, I think we've put out a pretty good case. Dividing the question and why I'm concerned about it, what I think the body needs to understand is this bill has been worked on and worked on and worked on. And we ended up at a spot where Black Hills Energy, Evergy, the KCC, Kansas Gas Service, Kansas for Lower Electric Rates, Kansas Independent Consumer Group, Kansas Industrial Consumer Group, Atmos Energy, CURB, all supported the exact language that was in this bill. It was an agreed upon bill. So I'm going to urge the body to vote for both parts so that we can keep the agreement that was made and we can keep energy in Kansas that is reliable and that these companies can survive.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would urge the body to vote down this first section and vote for the second section. This does divide the question in the sense that it is the energy plants in the first portion. In the second portion, it allows for that funding to help with those extreme costs that we had in that cold front. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been here a long time. This is, I believe, my 17th year sitting on Utilities Committee. Probably my best chairman I ever sat under was the chairman in the House named Carl Holmes. Spent about 28 years. He was here when Wolf Creek was built. We've studied nuclear, maybe not in the last few years, but under Carl Holmes, we studied it pretty frequently. There's a lot of problems with building a new nuclear plant. The cost, the time to do it, it would take 10 to 15 years from the design to finish. You know, I've heard people talk about we keep 18 months worth of fuel on site at nuclear plants. No, every 18 months we refuel them. The hazardous materials on site. But I've also heard under Chairman Holmes, and we've studied it over here in the past, to build nuclear, the cost to the ratepayers, there's just not enough ratepayers. There's not enough people in Kansas that can afford it. Most of your nuclear plants are around bigger cities or servicing higher populated areas. The cost to build a new nuclear plant in Kansas would be so great for the megawatts you would get out of it. We've even looked at small nuclear plants. You know, I've watched Lacine all my life. They've just retrofitted it to meet all the EPA standards. They thought Evergy or Kansas City Power and Light at the time thought they were going to be on the 111D ruling. They spent about $1 billion retrofitting that facility. That facility is going to be around for a long time. It is one of the base loads that you never see shut off or go out of service unless they have to take it out to upgrade the facilities, which it happens. This is a tool for them to take an asset out of service that's at the end of its life. It's time to replace it. And what this will do, there's capital costs that go with the depreciation and the piece on the rates. They'll have to go to the KCC to get approval. It's got to make sense for the ratepayer. It's going to save them 6-7%. There's also a capital cost savings that they'll be able to put towards either the same kind of fuel or a different mix of fuel. This is going to be a savings to the ratepayers. That's the only way this tool is going to get used. Now, we can talk about what just happened, the perfect storm. My belief was it was a manipulation of Wall Street because of the deregulation of natural gas and not having enough pipeline capacity. Now, I've heard 2 or 3 times talking about struggles of moving the natural gas from the fields and the reservoirs. A lot of people don't understand how natural gas works. Well, them wells, they're pumping full time, even in the summer. They got these big, large reservoirs all across the country. And, winter, they have the fields running, and they use them reservoirs to move that gas around to meet all the needs. In the summer, they fill them reservoirs back up, and then they meet them needs again. The problem was they couldn't move the gas, enough gas, to the generation where it needed. It's an engineering bottleneck. I've been around water very long, and we dealt with a lot of them in the water business. But that's the problem when you don't have multiple mixes of fuels. I do agree with that. But this bill has nothing to do with shutting down coal plants. It's really a financial tool that when something's at the end of the life, it's just like a car. Sometimes it makes sense not to throw the new tires, the new brakes, the new engine, and the transmission to keep the car going 2 more years. It makes more sense to trade it off, take all that money, and put it on a new car. Might save you money in the future. This is just another tool that's going to save ratepayers money. I urge the body to support this. And don't support this amendment. Support the underlying bill. Don't divide this. We've got a situation out there that's never happened before. We need to investigate where the money went. Them people need to be punished. But it's Wall Street that got it. And it went from $3 a thousand to $600 overnight. Someone got the money. There's a digital trail. Let's track it. Let's get the money back to the people because they're the ones that were defrauded. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge the body not to support this motion to divide this bill.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, do you wish to respond?
Yes, I would. Thank you. The comment was made that nuclear plants are in large populated areas. Well, I don't consider Wolf Creek nuclear plant a large populated area. Although it is beautiful, it's a wonderful part of our state if you've not been there to visit. I appreciate the good senator from Johnson's comments, and I'm going to refer back to what the carrier of the bill said a while back. Evergy, we are proud that they're in Kansas, and they've been a good player. They've been good to work with. It's like family. You just don't always agree. So we've got a situation here that we're not in agreement with. I don't want to see these coal plants. I don't want to see sustainable fuel, not renewable. I want to be able to rely on, I want to know that when I'm in a freezing storm, that I've got electricity, that I can go out to the barn and make sure that those calves and cattle have enough heat and that humans can get electricity to their house. We have so many people in the state of Kansas that Again, if we would have been in that situation Texas was in, we had much colder weather than they did. It would have been devastating. So I don't know if you guys remember, it was a few years ago, 2002 or 2001, we had one of the worst ice storms in the state of Kansas. Many people throughout the state were without power. I know one of our family members she had no fuel, she was home alone, and she just had to cover up in blankets and hope to survive. I mean, that's when we can avoid those situations, why wouldn't we? I asked the body to support the motion. Actually, I think there's going to be another motion. Should I yield to the senator from Johnson?
Yes. Yes.
I yield to the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator from Lynn. I think it's clear by now that there's a lot of unanswered questions, that there may be an actual solution here, but it needs more work. And so I would make a substitute motion that we refer this bill back to committee so we can consider all options. I just believe that it's time to look at these options and make the very best decision that we can, because this is too important. We've been on this for what, an hour, and you've heard all sorts of aspects of this, and I think it's very, very important that we consider working on this more so we can work with Evergy. And they are good actors. They are trying to do the best for the ratepayers. I think there's undue pressure being put on them from forces that they can't necessarily resist. And I do appreciate all the work that the senator from Lyon has done on all this. But I think that there is a way to fix this, and I believe by sending it back to committee and more deliberation is necessary, we can get this done.
The motion is in order. It is a priority motion, and it is debatable. So we are now on the motion to re-refer, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, did you re-refer to which committee?
It'll be back to the FI&I.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge the body not to support the substitute motion, and here's why. Number one, a big part of this bill is to allow our gas utilities and our electric utilities who had extraordinary costs last month to issue securitization bonds to offset those costs and allow those customers to pay for those bills over time. If this bill goes back to committee, I can't guarantee that those customers are not going to have utility bills in the thousands and thousands that could show up next week. This bill is timely, and we need to act, and sending this bill back to committee, I don't believe produces a different product, and it jeopardizes every Kansas resident who is facing an enormous gas bill if this bill is not taken care of expediently.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, you wish to respond?
Yes, I do. And I think that we can answer the issues with the high bills and still have time then to look to the future solutions that I have concerns about with regard to securitization. So in other words, in committee, we could divide those two things out, make it a much cleaner situation so that we examine that winter hit that these people are going to do. I agree. Time is of the essence. They need relief now. But the long-term questions that we have about securitization are the concerns I have, not about helping those folks with the high rates. We've got to do that. There's no question about that. I think you could separate those two questions out in committee much cleaner, have time to deliberate it, do it very well, get the relief to those who need the relief, and then also have time to reconsider these other options and have time to discuss it with Evergy and their stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand opposed to this motion to re-refer this back to committee. We, as the ranking D, we did a lot of work. The fine chairman here did the yeoman's work on a very complicated topic. Bringing it back to committee does not solve this issue. We should debate it today, and if we vote it down, we vote it down, but we do not need to move this back to committee. We need to keep moving on the bill. We need to vote down the separation, and let's get back on the bill and get this thing sorted out. Thank you.
No response.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I ask the committee to defeat this substitute motion. I don't know how many of us have looked at our Senate calendars or our session planners lately, but tomorrow is the last day for non-exempt committees to meet. Not that the president wouldn't grant additional days, but I don't know when that would be. And we are planning on adjourning soon. And so if the body would like to wait till next January to work on this, I think that's really, really problematic for those customers who are facing extremely high utility bills.
Are there additional questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator Thompson.
I move my motion, Mr. Chair.
The motion is to re-refer Senate substitute for House Bill 2072 to the Senate Financial Institutions and Insurance Committee. This will be a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Those appear to have it. Those do have it. We are back on the division. Are there questions of the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the first part of the division.
Thank you. I would ask that the body remove this section from the bill. We've heard plenty of argument as to why. I think the good senator from Johnson gave us a solution that we can look at, that we can take a breath, make sure we get this right. So I would ask that they remove this section. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Each member has on their desk a copy of the division. We will be voting to retain or not retain section or the first part of the division.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my caucus, we have two sections on this bill. We're voting on the first one. If we vote this section down, and we go to the second question, vote that down, does the bill then fail? Or do we want to vote yes if we want to retain and not have this thing divided? Could you make it very clear to the body exactly what a yes vote and no vote, and then how this will proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, we will do that. And it is not section, it is as divided. A vote to a yes vote will retain the language in the original bill. A no vote will strike the language of Division 1 from the bill, and we will then move to the second division. And to answer your question, should both divisions be stricken or struck down, there's nothing left. I trust every member understands. Again, a yes vote leaves the bill whole. A no vote would strike the first portion. I see all kinds of puzzled looks, but we're going to go ahead and vote. All in favor of retaining the language in the bill, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed to retaining the language in the bill, vote no. The ayes appear to have it. Yeah, division has been requested. Roll call has been requested, seeing sufficient hands. The clerk will call the roll. The roll call vote will be on part one only. So again, a yes is to retain the language of Part 1 of the division in the bill. A no vote is to strike the language of Part 1 in the bill. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I would like to explain my vote.
You may.
Mr. President, energy policy in Kansas, or Mr. Chair, needs serious review and reform, and as the debate today revealed, the Kansas ratepayer has suffered from decisions that the state has made in the past, and it's vitally important we do not make similar poor positions in the future. However, this bill does contain some important short-term rate reduction for Kansas consumers and policy that allows for the proper retirement of facilities that have reached their useful end. I reluctantly vote for this amendment and look forward to voting for the bill. Thank you.
Further explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "32 having voted in favor, 7 opposed. The language is retained in Part 1 of the division. We will now move to Part 2 of the division. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the question is never the question up here, and that's one thing that is difficult for legislators to understand. It reminds me a little bit of the scrap metal issue, and I hope a few of you get a chuckle out of that, because you know that I fought very hard against that legislation because it put an undue burden on small business owners. It didn't solve a problem, it just made somebody feel good. I'm afraid this bill will make a corporation feel good because they're going to be able to lower their interest rates for a while, but long term it's going to be an issue. With that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the second part because that's the part that I want and I think everybody else in this chamber wants. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Part 2 of the division has been withdrawn. We are back on the bill. Are there questions of the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the body's indulgence. I know it took us a long time to get here. I certainly appreciate the comments from and the concerns from the senator from Johnson and the senator from Lynn. And, you know, certainly if there are things that need to be done energy policy-wise for Kansas, I'm certainly open to those. Not sure it will belong in FI&I committee. This is a financing instrument, and so, you know, if the Utilities Committee wants to take up energy policy, I think that's what they're there for. So I appreciate the body's indulgence, and Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2072 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now move our attention to House Bill 2112. For the purpose of carrying 2112, the chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to explain House Bill 2112 is an act concerning self-storage rental units. It was passed by the House on a vote of 120 to 5. It came to the Commerce Committee where it, as I recollect, passed unanimously. And with our last Commerce Committee meeting today, I would like to thank the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, for the hard and good work he did for us through the season. Thank you. With that being said, the bill has 4 parts to it and does 4 things in regards to self-storage rental units. The first part, it makes damage loss limitations in contract enforceable in law. In other words, the renter, the owner of the storage unit can say, you can't don't put anything more than $25,000 in there because that's all I'm gonna pay you if a tornado takes it somewhere else. Part 2, third-party notification of potential default and contractual obligations. It basically codifies that there can be an emergency contact, because a lot of times people renting storage units move and forget things, and this would just provide another means by which to get hold of the person renting the unit. Part 3 allows auctions to be conducted in person and or online. Historically, they were only in person. This allows them to be online, which is basically the way they're being done across the nation at this point in time, including Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Nebraska. The fourth part regards public notice of sale and the holding of the auction itself. That's the part of the bill that's actually fairly interesting. Historically, law stated that you had to advertise the sale of the contents of the unit in the newspaper. This brings in a term, commercially reasonable manner is how it could be advertised. And very, very interestingly, the way they define commercially reasonable manner is if less than 3 independent bidders attend the sale in person or view the sale online at the time and place advertised. The manner of advertising the sale shall not be considered to have been commercially reasonable, and the sale shall be canceled, rescheduled, and re-advertised. Further notice to the occupant shall not be required. And with that, I stand for questions.
Other questions of the senator from Reno? Seeing none? Oh, I do see one. I apologize. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to compliment the carrier of the bill's description of it. I know we basically had a bill very similar to this last year, basically died in Senate Commerce. I do appreciate that this year's version had the designation of the alternative contact. I know that helped me a little bit with the bill. I think this makes sense. I think it's a solid bill. I'd ask the body for their support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions of the senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan, you may close.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HB 2112 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 158. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to adopt the committee report and to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 158 modifies the Towing and Recovery Possessory Lien Act. Basically does three things. It prevents, unless they have the consent of the owner, a towing company to pick up a vehicle and tow it to out of state. It adds an extra 7 days on the notification of when they're going to sell it. And it also requires that they do a search with the Division of Vehicles of the state for all vehicles. And if the vehicle is 15 years old or less and not declared unrepairable, then they have to do an interstate search for the owner. With that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, you may close.
I move when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 158 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will pass over House Bill 2175, and it will retain a place on the calendar. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 145. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To kind of review, Senate Bill 145 is an act concerning the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks authorizing the purchase of land in Kingman County. This purchase would include approximately 494 acres located next to the approximately 4,700-acre Byron Walker Wildlife that includes the 144-acre Kingman State Fishing Lake. This would be a completion of a showcase transaction on how Kansas Wildlife and Parks, local landowners, and non-government organizations like Ducks Unlimited can work together to facilitate the acquisition of select properties under circumstances that benefit everyone. To kind of review, the cost would be at the appraised value of around $1.1 million. There is no general state funds involved. 3/4 of the purchase price would be paid by federal funds. 1/4 would be by wildlife fee fund. A couple things I'd like to add since I was last up here. The number one cause for declining participation in outdoor recreation cited by Kansas hunters and anglers is lack of access. Senate Bill 145 would increase public land access on the Byron Walker Wildlife Area by 10%. Also reviewed a little bit of the acquisitions and liquidations. In 2015, the Kansas Wildlife and Parks had purchased a total of 1,375 acres of land. In liquidations, they are considering currently relinquishing 893 acres in 9 Kansas counties, including a 400-acre deal in Kearney County tract, due to management and access barriers. Also, to ensure local support for the purchase, in the summer of 2019, staff met with some local people. They also met with the representatives, the senator and the 2 reps from the area, and also met with the Kansas Livestock Association and Kansas Farm Bureau representatives. And to kind of give us a little history, since I'm a freshman senator, I'd like to yield to the senator from Sherman for the history on this purchase.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
little background on this. This property is in Kingman County, and this property was owned by a couple down there and was being leased to a couple gentlemen, the DeWeese brothers. And the gentleman passed away, and so the widow decided she was going to go ahead and sell this property. So she offered it to the DeWeese brothers, and they declined in purchasing it because it had the grass and the swamp on it that they really weren't interested in. So as mentioned by Senator Fagg, the senator from down there, and two representatives, Representative Joe Syward and Representative Jack Temish, got with the two brothers and Wildlife and Parks and Ducks Unlimited, and they did a little swap on some ground that was just a little further down that the brothers had, which was CRP and much better suited for hunting than the ag ground. So they did swap some of this farmland for the CRP. So that's how this all come together. And this land is situated 45 miles west of Wichita. So this would add to the hunting there at the Byron Walker Wildlife Area. And that's why the owners of the property first offered it to their leasers, and then after that, when they turned it down, they wanted to sell it to Ducks Unlimited, and that's why they were brought in, and it wasn't put on the open market. The mineral rights are included in this purchase, and Ducks Unlimited does not own any other land in this area. So, thank you.
Senator from Sherman yields back to the senator from Butler. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of the questions that I'd reviewed after our last time that we discussed this, just to remind you that right now the taxes, property taxes, is $1,773.94. This type of agreement has been done on all the properties, so Wildlife and Park actually sends out a lot of these checks. For us to worry about whether the county, the city, and everybody that's involved in this gets their share, that needs to be something at a later date where we can do it fairly and equitably with all of them, just not this one. So this is the way it's being done. We're trying to stay uniform in what's been done in the past. The other thing I would tell you is there was some language in there that on the back of there in the reviser office, language has always been a part of the way that they have purchased land. So that's been something consistent. The appraisal was discussed pretty heavily, and I checked around, and the Department of Revenue actually is the one that decides who the appraisers are and how that process is done, so there's an arm's length transaction on that. So with that information, I stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Butler? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the carrier of the bill. I know he's worked diligently to research this and to, I won't take up the body's time. I know we've been on a lot of bills, but I just want to reiterate a couple of items that we talked about. The fact that this is government buying private property, and we're competing against government for land purchases. It may not seem like a big deal, but every time they purchase this property, it is a big deal. And I would tell you that in Lynn County, the property that's owned by the state, by Wildlife and Parks, they're not very good stewards. I'm gonna call them out on it. They do not take care of their noxious weeds. The rest of us landowners have to in the state of Kansas. But the government tends to be some of the worst stewards of the land. So I hate to see this turned over to the state. And Wildlife and Parks knows this. I've said it. I tried to put on a bill that the county could fine the state government and the highway if we don't take care of their noxious weeds. We weren't able to get it passed, but it makes a statement. I just hope that the body rejects this bill, and I appreciate the work of the carrier. I just don't support this effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions of the senator from Butler? Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. The Wildlife and Parks has agreed to take care of the noxious weed. I'd like to remind everyone that Kansas ranks 48th as far out of the 50 states for its amount of available public lands. So that's like less than 2%. So if you notice my acquisitions and liquidations, I don't think that we are going overboard in that area. And I'm saying that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the senator from Sherman that gave us some of the background of how this property was purchased. I particularly appreciate the fact that there was a swap of land. So this is not the same as a case where the Department of Wildlife and Parks is only acquiring land. Some other land was made available to landowners for agricultural use. I'm guessing the taxes on that agricultural use might be higher than the taxes on the marsh. But either way, I know that many of my constituents appreciate all the opportunities provided by Wildlife and Parks, and I hope they have a chance to visit this area. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I talked to this the other day. I want to reiterate it one more time. Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks is not going to purchase land to where they can solve lack of hunting access. They originated a program quite a few years ago called walk-in hunting, where they go out, they lease land from private landowners and make that land available to all licensed hunters in the state of Kansas and even outside, non-resident hunters for that matter. They lease over 1 million acres of land for hunters to come on at no cost to the individual hunter. So again, the state of Kansas has addressed that lack of access issue through leasing acres for the general public to hunt on. They will never be able to buy their way out of the problem, nor do we want them to. Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a young person growing up in Kansas, I come to realize and appreciate the great natural resources our state has to offer. It was hard for me as a young hunter to find good places to hunt and fish. Kansas has this opportunity to enhance the Byron Walker Wildlife Area. This area is one of the department's most heavily used properties, averaging more than 60,000 use days, and generates revenue for the city of Kingman, surrounding communities, and the state. The culture of getting access to provide land for hunting has evolved to one of leasing. Kansas resident hunters must compete for lease access with sometimes more affluent non-resident hunters. I've done some checking. If you think about buying your hunting license, duck stamp, and there's a federal duck stamp and a state duck stamp, there was 40,574 state duck stamps that were purchased last year. So cost effectiveness to this purchase, remember 3/4 federal funds, 1/4 license fee, no state general fund. Service effectiveness, location in the Wichita area will provide many hunters a quality place to go. Hunting success largely depends on the quality places to hunt. Last year, the state sold 850,000 hunting, fishing, and boating permits. Kansas deserves a great place to use their hunting license. With this, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 145 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2104. The chair recognizes a senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill, well, it's House Bill 2104, and the Senate Tax Committee, it started out as Senate Bill 277. Every other year we pass a bill in order to help, it helps fund the schools. It's a 20 mil mandated statewide mill levy for K through 12 schools. What happened this year, though, was we passed Senate Bill 13, you guys are well aware of, the transparency bill, requiring any property taxing authority except for K through 12 to notify the property owners of an increase and to vote whether they accept that increase at a public meeting. The House decided to put K through 12 in the bill, and we concurred on that motion. Well, the Senate was full aware of date issues when we did do that, so the Senate Tax Committee looked again at those dates, and I will have an amendment to adjust the dates in the bill. And that is part of the bill. The other part of the bill is Senate Bill 119 and Senate Bill 98. Those bills passed the chamber. Each bill had one no vote. They deal with the Board of Tax Appeals. They allow the governor an option to use previous Board of Tax personnel in order to substitute in a situation that we have. Also allows BOTA the option to send electronic notifications if both parties agrees. It allows for online access. There's several items in those bills. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and offer my amendment before taking questions on the bill, if that would be okay.
That's acceptable. The amendment been turned in?
Yes, it has.
And the number of the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The number is 1936.
We will wait a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain it. It would be quicker. The main portion of the amendment changes the dates that I referred to. The truth in taxation, or the revenue neutral rate that is developed in the transparency bill, we had a date of, we are changing that reporting date requirement from July 15th to July 20th, so that anybody that planned on increasing their revenue neutral rate would have to send notice and what that increase is to be to the county clerks by July 20th with this amendment. The next change in the bill would be August 20th. The House put a restriction on that nobody could have a truth in taxation hearing until August 15th. And this bill would change it to August 20th. So we went July 20th, August 20th, and then the next change is September 20th. on the final date for the hearing. In the current legislation, it's September 10th. This would amend it to September 20th. Also, there is one other change in this bill. In order to allow the taxing entities to get their budgets, there's a 10-day in the statute that allows for 10 days. And so we wanted to make sure that we had that 10 days in this amendment also. So it moves the budgets being due until October 1st. We had weigh-in from the Superintendent's Association. We had weigh-in from the county clerks, the county treasurers. We tried to touch bases with as many individuals or stakeholders that we could to make sure that these dates are workable. With that, Mr. Chair, I move my amendment. Oh, no, I'll stand for questions on my amendment.
Body, we are on the amendment. After the amendment is taken care of, we will go to the bill. Are there questions on the amendment of the senator from Lynn? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Diedrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak in complete favor of this amendment. A lot of work went into looking at those dates, and it's very important to the school districts, as the senator from Lynn explained. Part of the issue is when you're on a fiscal year that starts July 1, you're ending a fiscal year without having all of the invoices that you need to be able to pay your bills while you're trying to craft your new budget. And so that time frame of the earlier dates in July just was not going to be workable for our school districts. So I think we talked about this earlier. If anyone should have any issue with that, really, it should not be an issue for our local school districts to be able to craft their budget, to be able to determine whether or not they're going to be revenue neutral or exceed that, to be able to hold a hearing, to get the budget software in place, to craft their budgets to meet this timeline. So I just wanted to express my appreciation to the senator for being willing to take a look at those dates and work with the folks to make this a good process, lots of accountability, and I just wanted to comment and thank the senator for doing that.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Lynn on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to thank the good senator from Shawnee for her comments, and I appreciate it, especially with her expertise and experience in the industry. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Are there questions of the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report Senate substitute for House Bill 2104 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. For clarifications, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, your motion was to pass the bill favorably as amended for passage?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. Thank you.
I think it will pass, but we will revote since you have restated it's to pass the bill favorably as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you, buddy. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move that the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck in the chair. Recommended House Bill 2145, House Bill 2070, House Bill 2112, Senate Bill 145 be passed. House Bill 2254, Senate Bill 158 be amended by the adoption of the committee report and the bills be passed as amended. House Bill 2072 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill and the substitute bill be passed. House Bill 2104 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill be amended on motion of Senator Tyson and the substitute bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2175 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
The chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Senate substitute for House Bill 2104, House Bill 2145, House Bill 2070, House Bill 2254, Senate substitute for House Bill 2072, House Bill 2112, Senate Bill 158, and Senate Bill 145.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the bills on 6 through 8, Senate Bill, Sub-Senate Bill for House Bill 2104, House Bill 2145, House Bill 2070, House Bill 2254, Senate substitute for House Bill 2072, House Bill 2112, Senate Bill 158, and Senate Bill 145. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2104, an act concerning property taxation. House Bill 2145, an act concerning electric public utilities. House Bill 2070, an act concerning post-secondary education. House Bill 2254, an act concerning funeral preparations. Senate sub for House Bill 2072, an act concerning the State Corporation Commission. House Bill 2112, an act concerning self-storage rental units. Senate Bill 158, an act concerning abandoned and disabled vehicles. Senate Bill 145, an act concerning the Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner.
Senator, would you please, Baumgartner, repeat your vote, please?
Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faustido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub.
Could you? Do we need clarification? Are you good?
Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to vote on 2145 no, and I'd like to explain my vote in aye on the remainder.
We will get to explanations of votes after a change of vote. Thank you. Are there any other change of votes? Seeing none, does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We heard this bill in committee, and you know, I think before we need to pass this, we need to get ahead of this. We've now have all these electric charging stations. We've got these electric cars that are not paying any gas tax like the regular gasoline motor cars are. And I can't support this bill until we get the right fee assessment, because somewhere in the future, we're giving up thousands, if not millions of dollars for our roads. And so I can't support this bill. I explained myself in committee why I can't, but I really wish moving forward, we'd put a committee together and make sure the electric cars are paying the same as the gas cars on the fuel tax, because we're missing out probably on millions of dollars. So I just ask the body to look towards the future and make sure, because we want to have good roads. Thank you.
The senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Energy policy in Kansas has inherent problems. that have accumulated over a long period of time. These policy decisions are having negative consequences for Kansas ratepayers, and our energy system as a whole. I'm trying to protect the future of Kansas by making wise choices about how we provide energy to our citizens. Now, this bill, House Bill 2072, does include some important short-term relief for ratepayers as a result of the recent cold spell. And those needs do need to be addressed. That's not in dispute. But we do have a quick fix for these short-term problems. What I'm worried about are the long-term rates and energy sources. All residents need to have the confidence in our long-term solutions so they can rest assured that Kansas will be a good place to live and work in the future for their children and grandchildren. Make Kansas more appealing than other states around us because of our good decisions. Ratepayers of Kansas, remember this discussion. I ask you to write down the price of your electrical bill today, then look at that number in 10 years. That's when you'll see the results. And that's why I vote no on House Bill 2072. And I ask that my remarks be spread across the journal.
So noted, duly noted. Are there the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Schoentrop?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With permission, I'd like to join the remarks from the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Duly noted. Are there any other explanations of votes? Yes, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice President. I gave an explanation of vote on the amendment, but I would like for that to be on the record for the full bill. Do I need to repeat it, or I do?
No, you do not.
No, I do not.
We will retrieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Duly
much.
noted. Are there any other explanations of votes? A good senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from the senator from Johnson.
Duly noted. Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thanks, Chairman. I would be honored to join as well.
Duly noted. The senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I also would like to join in those comments with from the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, with his permission. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Are there any other explanations of vote? The senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye on Senate substitute for House Bill 2072. In two important ways, this measure will help our ratepayers. One, to even out some extraordinary costs. Secondly, to make sure that the ratepayers are not paying an unreasonable rate of return on facilities that are no longer being used.
Duly noted. Are there any other explanations of votes? The good senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Mr. Vice President, I want, if the gentlelady from, where are you from, Douglas? If she would allow me to join her remarks, I'd appreciate that.
Duly noted. Thank you. Senator from Wyandotte, excuse me, Senator Pittman at Leavenworth. Thank you.
I'd like to join the remarks from the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Duly noted. The senator from Johnson, Senator Petty.
With her permission, I'd like to join the senator from Douglas as well on her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted. The senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Ditto.
Ditto. Seeing none other, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 40 having voted in favor, 0 against. Senate Bill 158. 39 in favor and 0 against. 2104. 39 in favor and 1 against. House Bill 2112 and House Bill 2070. 38 in favor and 2 against. House Bill 2145 and House Bill 2254, and 33 in favor and 7 opposed to Senate Bill 145. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. My oversight, and it was 39 in favor, 1 opposed to House Bill 2072. It was 33 in favor and 7 opposed to House Bill 2072. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 306 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning sales taxation. Senate Bill 307 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 308 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning health and health care.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 306 through Senate Bill 308. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2405 as amended by House Committee of the Whole be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Billinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends SB 100 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as substitute for Senate Bill number 100, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2087 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Billinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2079 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Billinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2201 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2201 and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2247 as amended by House Committee of the Whole be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends HB 2287 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2287 and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Baumgardner, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2279 as amended by House Committee of the Whole be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2121 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2093 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2114 as amended by House Committee of the Whole be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2101 as amended by House Committee be passed. Senator Billinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2116 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends HB 2224 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends HB 2039 as amended by House Committee be passed. Senator Baumgardner, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends HB 2085 be passed. Senator Baumgardner, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government recommends HB 2238 be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Senator McGinn, chairperson. Mr. President, your Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment by the Commissioner of Insurance, Securities Commissioner of Kansas, Office of the Securities Commissioner of Kansas. Daniel Klukas serves at the pleasure of the Commissioner of Insurance. Senator Longbine, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends HB 2118 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Billinger, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2244 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Kirshen, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2167 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends HB 2295 be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Senator Peterson, chairperson.
Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 58 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 103 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair appoints as conferees on the part of the Senate the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the senator from McPherson, the Senator Wilburn, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Consideration of motions to concur or non-concur. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 107 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints conferees on part of the Senate, the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Before I ask for announcements, I do want to remind the body that there is pizza on the second floor below the Majority Leader's office, so you're welcome to stop by for just a little editorial comment. You go to old Gambino's Pizza. Any announcements? The senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you. Just want to announce again that the newly formed Joint Committee on Passenger Rail Caucus will meet Monday in, 582 North, and at noon, and there will be a box lunch, but you have to respond that you want a box lunch, and we'll be there. If you did not get invited, contact my office. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
The senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Transparency and ethics, our last meeting will be tomorrow, and we're just working bills that we haven't had a chance to get through yet. So tomorrow at 9:30, room 142 South.
The senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow, Friday, and we will be hearing Senate Bill 304 and Senate Bill 286. some measures regarding COVID-19, and we will be working bills previously heard, and we will also be meeting Monday at 10:30 in our regular room 386 South, where we will be having the confirmation hearing regarding the appointment of Rebecca Dickinson as a member of the Crime Victims Compensation Board, and we will final action on bills previously heard. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Transportation will not meet tomorrow or Monday. However, we will meet Tuesday to work on bills previously heard.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Commerce, we're canceling tomorrow and we're done for the year. Thank you.
The Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Tax Committee will not meet tomorrow, but we will meet Monday at 9:30. We have a hearing on a BOTA appointment, and we will continue work on bills previously heard. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Ways and Means will not meet tomorrow. However, we will have a meeting on Monday at 11 o'clock in our regular room. We'll work on bills previously heard and have a confirmation hearing. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee will still have our meeting Friday, but on Monday we have added a hearing for Senate Bill 303. And our meeting Monday is at 8:30, room 142 South. Thank you.
Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Fed and State will be meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Again, 1 p.m. in a regular room, and we will be meeting on Monday at a regular time. I move that the Senate adjourn pro forma until 8:30 on Friday, March 26, 2021.
Body, before we take a motion on that, we do have one announcement from the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since my committee doesn't start till 9:30, I may not be here at 8:30 to make the announcement that the Senate Democrats are planning to caucus on Monday at 12:30 in our regular room 287 North.
Thank you. Now back to Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Republicans will caucus on Monday at 12:30 in our regular room 548.
Since we're a little out of order, I'm going to ask you to repeat the motion. The chair recognizes Senator for Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 8:30 a.m. on Friday, March 26, 2021.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate is adjourned.